What's up? Let me move this out my face. Let me make sure I'm all sounding good. Let me see. Does it sound good? Yes, it does. Alright. Let me get that like button up. Let's just get this right. Oh, she hopped off. Okay. Hey. I'm about to play some, y'all. I hope everybody doing good. I hope y'all night's going good, morning going good. Then I'm gonna do a stream even earlier today. So I'm gonna do this one, then I'm gonna do one early today, still on the 2nd. What should I play? What skins they got? I bought this earlier. I like it. It's pretty cool. Do I want this though? It's really the only skin I don't have. I have everything else in here. Besides the packs. I want the packs. Let me see. Man, and I need to fix this. There you go. It's on that too. So let me see. Okay. Now I can see and hear that. What should I do? What I'm about to play. See what we got going on. We got some different death runs. I got some music to play too, y'all. Like, so it won't ever be too crazy. Everybody trying to make one now. That's funny. I'm about to do this real quick and give me some of the stuff I need to do. I need to add a keep on for all of these songs.
What? Okay, my back is. Can't help it.
I know people going to sleep, so I hope everybody go to sleep. Yes, sir. What everybody doing? Here we go. I hope y'all like that. Here we go. music is bumping though. Set me up though. And I'm in the dark. I ain't gonna be. I'm probably change in a minute. Y'all tell me if y'all rocking with this music though. I took a nap, so my ass is up. Like literally. Then I'm gonna be back early tomorrow. Well, today I mean. That's hard. I like that. Ain't even give me my little jump, my little boop. Trying to grind this up. That summer event is incoming, dog. On the 4th. That's crazy. They got one actually on the 4th. Cause it's like. It's loose, y'all. I ain't changed it yet. I'm gonna change it. Smooth groove. Ooh, ooh. Are y'all liking the season so far, or are y'all kind of underwhelmed? I think the battle pass was decent. I think everything they did though for this season, I think a lot of people kind of like over what they did a little bit with it, because it's kind of cool, but then it's kind of not. The guns they put back, I hear a lot of people complaining about that. Sunday, I'm trying to stream every day, y'all. Even on the 4th, I'm trying to do a little stream. So that's why I'm gonna come back to let it not be known. And I'm gonna stream Monday, Tuesday on 4th, Wednesday, and I'm gonna try to do something different, regardless if it's even if I'm playing this, I'm gonna do something different in it instead of just playing Battle Royale. Damn it. This music is so soothing. In my background a little bit. They don't need to mess with me with this. With it on and all that. It's good music. Shouldn't be no copyright shit going on. Or strike. They didn't mess with me, y'all, because of other people's music. And then they want people to like music. That's the critical stuff, huh? This is right here. I like death runs though. You get a lot of XP for a challenge they put in front of you. Yep, sir. I got some good sleep, y'all. I know some people ain't even getting to sleep right. Well, I took a good nap. That's what it was. We might watch some videos and stuff. Play something different for y'all. You're probably like, alright, bro, we get it. I'm gonna go to this one. popping up and recommended. I got moments. What's the best editing software to get, y'all? If somebody know, comment and let me know. I got sounds and stuff I can flip, but and I can start doing the videos. Did that. And this is a good one though. I gave you a like. Let me get right here. I could play anything because it's a lot of stuff. Oh, what's camping rusher stuff? I'm about to try to play his stuff. Nope, I gotta watch this video to see. New map, okay. Let me play. Five, 6, 2, 0, 3, 6, 7, 5, 52. What else he got? I didn't like the tactical gun game. Is this the one where you build the combo wars and I'll play that one. It's somebody else that said they got a world and I haven't played it. I gotta get like they stuff. It's Clark Clint. Let's see. Wait, what's his world though? Yeah, put it in there. And I need Noah. His one is look cool. Noah. Map code. I got the map code. Let's see, what's the map code? 3428 4145. Alright. What else he got? Just that. I'll go play it. I wanna see what's cracking with it. Welcome to the stream. I'm trying people's stuff. Noah, I'm gonna try. I'm probably gonna dip over to Clark Kent's board if I find it. I'm gonna play y'all some tunes while we doing this. Why you keep putting me over here? Yeah. Keep rolling. What y'all wanna hear? I'll put y'all ass to sleep. Alright, I'm about to see what this board talking about. Oh shit. What up? I know. Got the music bumping. It's a tornado warning, so this is something to stay, or it might be a flood. Which one? It's a blizzard. Oh no. Get in there, get in the house. Not moving. I'm not. The server about to restart. I know. Game over. Hit that like up for me. Hit that like button, y'all. Sub. Trying to get to 100. Trying to become an epic partner. Get my code in the store or something, you know. Be code, it could be either KC swag, or it could be swag, or it could be swag high graphics for the best experience. This map is a work in progress on bugs. And please have fun. Coming soon, double disaster, map changes, ground survivors list, power up, reward system bugs. Disasters, earthquakes, tornadoes, lava rising, flood warning, tsunami, volcano eruption, acid rain, sandstorm, blizzard, storm, and meteor shower. I don't be on Twitter. Hey, if y'all got Twitter, y'all the shit, man. I don't got Twitter. I wish you can get these coins. Like, got a whole bunch of stuff all on the ground. Different, all type of different stuff. So I got a rare one for y'all. There we go. Thank you. Why y'all both defaults like that? Cool summer skin. Mama ain't got there yet. Dun, 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 dun. Jamming music though. I ain't playing. You stupid though. Oh, Demi Gorgon. Demi Gorgon, I want to get your autograph. This is better than Party Royale, low key. I like how you can just do whatever. try this, y'all. Fanta. It's not my favorite pop, but it ain't horrible, y'all. I'm more of a lemonade drinker. And if I do drink soda, probably strawberry or orange. Hey, yo. What else we got up here? This make me want to play Fall Guys though, y'all. I like Fall Guys. It's a good soothing game too. Oh man, y'all playing. Oh, that's scandalous. Dang, that mug coming out quick. What? You playing, right? This cool. This game mode cool though. glitched. It's glitched. It's glitched for me. It's glitched. It's glitched. It's glitched. It's not letting me. I can't even get over there. What the fuck? Man, this is stupid, bro. That was lame, man. Let me do it at the end. This game still got bugs they need to fix. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, I failed. Oh, they get me right now. This is more critical than I'm about to say Among Us. Fall Guys. Oh my god. What the hell? It's not letting me jump. I was about to say. supposed to go? It said up here. Damn, it got me. Finally finished one. That's a cool game. Is that supposed to be for Tim the Tap Man? Cause that shit funny. Realistic death run, super easy basic levels. Might try that real quick. Run, and you don't want none. For like every song. Welcome to the Foodie Run. Nobody on this but me. chocolate chip cookie. What's that? Cantaloupe. Some type of bread. Is that banana nut bread? What you thinking? What you thinking? Hey. Let me see. That mother wasn't even gonna let me try to slide off and run. This type of sausage. So what do y'all prefer, vegetables or fruits? Cause they both do stuff good for you, but one is sweeter than the other one. So one got a little bit of it. But if people need to know, it's bad stuff and good stuff to a lot of stuff. Bell peppers. Pickles. Have y'all had a pickle so hot it open up your sinuses? Now that's a good pickle. It's a peaceful, cool stream. Unlike yesterday, I was getting smoked, y'all. Then I won when I got off. That was what was funny. I won when I got off. So I got a crown because I haven't played it. These door sounds. That shit ain't helping at all. Unless I'm supposed to slide. I was there. Come on, stop moving too fast. Shouldn't have hopped on that. But I need to get it. I didn't run across the thing, I knew it. No, I jumping to the side like that. Get into that daze. Do I need to jump over and hell yeah. Hell yeah, yeah. Yeah. That was cool. Let's see. Big ass pack. They should add some more skins. They got Rick, Michonne, and Girl. They need to put in Nick, Maggie. That's about that. They need to put in L. Stranger thing, they only put in Hopper and Inventory. L and Bagel. That'd be the good one. Last season. That's it. Oh, they jumping me. Okay, I see. Right behind you, behind you, behind you. I just stepped into it. I didn't know what was going on for real. It's only me and him. What the hell? I don't like how that went. It just ended. Why is it glitching right here? I don't understand. got a hell of a lot of kills. hot as I thought. You know what I mean? Doing my thing. beat.
Hey.
Tomorrow I'm gonna play some matches. Why the coins just disappear like that? fucking gun, man. I had the drum gun and they just played me on it. see. We about to hop on my hop on the shits, man. Which is I'm gonna go ahead and get out of there, y'all. Hey everybody. I'm about to mess with this stuff. And I'm about to watch some good shit. Oh, shout out Real Brother. He playing right now. It's a lot of good stuff too. Hey, Creamy. That name is wild though, by the way. Alright, we got the stuff for us to watch. There we go. Story 1. Now we about to watch some shit, y'all. Relaxing. You know, some of y'all up, some of y'all sleep, but I've been doing all type of stuff.
I was about 14 when one night I was walking back from my best friend's house. It was a cold winter and the bike path was extremely icy. It was about 9:30, so the area was deserted. I got about halfway along the path when this old man riding a rickety bike rode straight past me. He looked like he was around 85, so I was a bit confused when I saw him. He rode up along the path and kept going. The path split in 2 directions and he continued along the first. My house was on the second. I watched him take the turn up the first path and I got onto the second. Again, it was just me and the sound of my footsteps. Now, this was where it got freaking scary. A loud sound of a bike bell came from behind me. Turning back, I saw it was the same old man and he was following me on his bike. I'll never forget his face. I can see it now. The way he stared. Cloudy but focused eyes locked on me like I was the only thing in existence. I increased my pace and he kept following. Once I walked up to my porch, the old man watched me while sitting on his bike from the other side of the road. The fact that he now knows my address gave me a sleepless night, but as he hadn't done anything to harm me yet, I ignored the matter. The next morning, I was doing my workouts in my dad's garage when I heard the sound of a shutter click. I quickly looked back but saw no one in the empty streets. I resumed my workouts when I heard a chuckle. I had never turned my head so fast in my entire life. It was him, the creepy old man who followed me home last night.
What the hell? What are you doing here?
No, don't be afraid of me. I just wanted to say hi to such a beautiful girl. Here, I brought these for you.
He took out a small bouquet of roses and held them to my face. His wide eyes stared at me, accompanied by a huge grin. I wanted to say no, but then thought if I just take the flowers, he'd go away. So, I did. As soon as I took the flowers, he took out his phone.
You sure are sweaty. You don't want to get heat stroke. You might want to take your shirt off.
What? No! Get lost!
He started getting close to me and giggling in a very freaky way. I screamed at the top of my lungs and pushed him. He stumbled on the ground and I ran inside to call my parents. By the time I was back with them, the old man had vanished into thin air. My parents had installed a CCTV camera in the garage through which they saw the footage of the man approaching me. I was strictly told not to wander alone, and the next time I see him I should call 911. The next day, I got invited to a sleepover at my friend's house. There were 3 of us staying that night. When my dad dropped me at Kathy's, my eyes took a quick scan of the area. I heard a bike bell and got goosebumps, but when I saw it was just a boy passing by, I heaved a sigh of relief.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, don't worry, Dad.
All right. Good night, kiddo. You have fun with your friends. I'll pick you up in the morning, okay?
Good night, Dad. See you tomorrow.
I stood outside Kathy's house watching my dad drive away. I remained there for a few more minutes. Something at the back of my mind kept giving me a bad feeling. I was looking around with terrified eyes, thinking I would see that old man any minute. Then Kathy patted me on the back.
Hey, what are you waiting for? Trixie has already arrived. Jeez,
Leo
you
right
scared
here.
me. Whoa,
Take
you look
her.
tense, dude. Are you okay? Let's go.
We went in and I filled my friends in about that guy.
Darn, what a creep. If he came near me, I would have kicked him in the nuts.
My friends kind of blamed me, saying that if I hadn't taken the flowers from him, things wouldn't have escalated that far. But I was only a teen who was just starting to learn about the dangers of the world. I had enough talking about the creeper, so I suggested to my friends we should do something fun. That's when Kathy said,
Hey, want to go to the basement and try Dad's drinks? Really? You want a drink? Yeah, why not? Mom and Dad are at the neighbors across the street. They won't be back before midnight.
Now the basement of Kathy's house was a little different than ours. There was a big window close by the stairs from where we could see outside. Kathy and Trixie started drinking while I stood on the stairs looking outside that window. It was quite dark, so I could barely see anything. As I leaned on the glass to get a good look, a flash of light blinded me. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust. Outside the window was a face. The face of an old man plastered against the glass. His eyes were staring back at me. There was an unending hunger in them. The fact that he was looking back at me from the other side of the window made me numb with fear. My suspicion had come true. The creep had followed me to my friend's house as well. Another
Hey, you!
Me.
Yeah, you! Don't you want to play something different?
Bring it up.
flash of light appeared as he took my picture on his phone. Seeing the light coming from the window and me staring like a statue, Kathy got up to see. As she came in front of the window, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Loud running footsteps pounded outside and I fainted. All of our parents went straight to the cops that night, but the old man couldn't be identified or found. I haven't seen him after that, and I would always get anxious whenever I was around old people for a long time. Even today, when my son meets a stranger, I keep a strict eye on him. It only takes a few seconds to get traumatized for life these days.
The story you just saw is based on this terrifying footage. The footage serves as a reminder on why you should never leave your kids outside. The following clip shows a young girl simply trying to enjoy her day when a freaky old man appears from the streets after noticing her working out in her garage. At first, the old man hides in the corner and takes out his phone. He starts recording her very sneakily. Then, he walks inside the garage holding flowers. He pretends to be friendly and offers the girl the flowers. You can see the girl hesitating and stepping back at first, but being innocent, she ends up taking the flowers. It's possible that she thought the man will go away if she took the flowers, but the man goes up being even creepier after a few seconds. He takes out his phone and asks the girl if he could take her pictures. Thankfully, the girl sees the red flag and pushes the man onto the ground. She screams and then kicks the old man running inside her house. The man doesn't stay any longer and quickly gets up to run. There's no news on the man getting caught, but hope the girl never had to see him again.
That's messed up.
I'm never going to be friendly to the new kid again.
That's
It's not like
up.
they're a bad person, it's just something about them makes my skin crawl.
Almost to 30
All the
subs,
kids at
y'all.
school gave him a
So
wide
I'm building,
berth
I'm
and
building.
avoided him like the plague, but I tried to be nice, at least to start with. I mean, why wouldn't you be nice to the new guy? I've been a new guy before and I know how it feels. Or I thought I did. Hey, David, you're really cool. Thanks, man, you too. I hope you had a good first day. I did. Thanks. Say, I was wondering, do you want to come have a sleepover at my house? Yeah, sure, why not? I didn't want to. Heck, it wasn't like he was my friend or anything, but I still felt slightly obligated to be friendly to him, and so I decided to go along with it. The few
Hell
minutes of
nah.
school left
This
passed
dude
quickly,
was-
and I was
wow.
soon on my bike and headed over to the address he had given me. When I arrived at his place, it was all kinds of wrong. There were busted windows and broken furniture littering the lawn, and none of the lights were working despite it being nighttime. Still, I wanted to give him a chance, so I went in anyway. Once inside, everything seemed okay, if a little different from what I was used to. Strange paintings hung on the walls, and there wasn't much in terms of furniture, but we managed to make ourselves comfortable enough by playing video games together, until eventually we decided to go to bed. One thing that was weird, however, was that I hadn't met his parents. They didn't seem to be anywhere. I couldn't help but be curious, and so I decided to ask him why. David looked away from me. They're out right now. A party. Oh, I get it. Cool. I didn't get it, but I figured he had his own reasons. Maybe his
eyes
parents
are
were drunk
crazy.
and he didn't want to talk about it. We both got ready for bed and eventually fell asleep, or at least I did. I'm not sure if he ever did. I woke up in the middle of the night, a weird feeling making me stir from my dreams. I didn't know what made me wake up, but when I cracked my eyes open, I saw David standing there with a pipe raised above his head and an unsettling glint in his eyes. He was just standing there, grinning wider and wider as he watched me. I laid motionless, my breath stuck in my throat, terrified at what he was going to do next. What made it even worse was his appearance. He might have been short and slightly chubby, yeah, but his broad arms and hands were raised sky high with the pipe. His eyes had wrinkles on wrinkles beneath them, and his small mouth quivered with excitement. His fat folds jiggled beneath his clothes as he shifted slightly. After what felt like an eternity, he finally dropped the pipe and began to draw something on a drawing board I hadn't noticed before. I could only make out some of the details in the low light, but it looked like he was drawing a man and a woman, with both of them looking not so alive at the moment. Suddenly, however, he began drawing a third character. This was when I realized exactly what he was drawing. The third character stood above the other two, holding what was clearly a pipe. He was drawing a picture of himself and what he had done to his parents. My heart was racing, and the room started to spin as I tried to think of a way out of this situation. I was about to move when I realized he had noticed as well. He quickly wiped the drawing board off and turned toward me again, grabbing his pipe. I inched my fingers toward my phone, but he began to speak. You're not going to be able to call your parents, David. I'll do to them what I did to mine. What do you mean? Why are you awake? I tried to play innocent, but he wasn't buying it. I saw you stirring while I drew my picture. You saw it, didn't you? The fear crept up my spine. He lunged forward and grabbed my arm, dragging me away from the door. He dropped me to the ground, then quickly bolted out the door, locking it behind him. I heard him mumble something about making this quick as he scrambled to lock the windows as well. That's when it hit me. He was going to off me. He wanted me gone, just like his parents. I started to panic, but I also knew this was my only chance. I had to make it out alive. I ran to the window. I could hear myself struggling to find something outside, presumably something to silence me with, but I was already pushing the window open. I heard it creak and crack as it moved, but I pushed through and started to climb out. Once outside, I ran as fast as I could. The streets were empty, save for the occasional car or two. I heard a scream of anger behind me. And I turned around, watching as he ran from the house, his pipe held high. But I didn't stop running. I kept running until I reached the safety of my parents' house. The police came soon after I made it home. They said they found evidence that David had been living on his own since his parents had gone missing, but there was no proof that he had gotten rid of them. That's when I realized how lucky I had been to escape from David's house alive. The worst part about this, though, is that because the police couldn't find any evidence, he's not going to jail. Luckily for me, he'll have to transfer since he'll be sent to an adoption agency. What's creeping me out, however, is that on the day he left, someone slid a letter into my parents' mailbox with a note scribbled on it. If you want to meet my parents so badly, I can help. It freaks me out to think that sometime in the future, he might just escape the adoption agency and come back here for revenge.
It happened 3 years ago. My best friend Ashley and I attended a music school during the summer. We met this strange, skinny-looking girl named Elena. She was very close to Ashley, so she invited the two of us over to her place for a sleepover. I still remember when her dad, Mr. Van Buiten, came to pick us up from school. He was an unusually hideous-looking man. His head was balding and swollen, his legs short and stubby. His pale skin was quite hairy,
That's nasty.
and he had warts all over his face and body. Just one look at him made me want to gouge my eyes out. I felt uneasy as he drove. I would often catch glimpses of his small beady eyes gawking at me through the rearview mirror. He also made these heavy breathing noises, like he was gasping for breath. Things became even more unsettling when he started saying creepy things like,
You girls smell very nice. I love teenage girls. I wish I could have 100 more daughters like Elena.
Finally, when we got to Elena's house, we went into her room and changed into our pajamas. We played Truth or Dare, pillow fights, and other fun sleepover games. Admittedly, I was having a blast, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I often noticed her dad's beady eyes in the dark as he peered at us through the space in her bedroom door. After a while, Elena left the room to get us both some soda to drink. I tried confiding in Ashley.
Hey, I'm a little uncomfortable. I think something's wrong with Elena's dad. I think he's been watching us. Yeah, I noticed that too. But it's just one night. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning.
Her words calmed me somewhat, but little did I know things were about to get worse. Much worse.
I'm back with the soda.
Elena brought us a soda bottle each. It was a strange green-colored drink that I had literally never heard of before. I also noticed that the seals of the bottle caps had been tampered with.
Finally, I'm so thirsty.
Ashley gulped down the whole bottle in a heartbeat.
Crazy.
I, on the other hand, left mine for later.
I gotta go to the bathroom. Sure, there's one just down the hall.
I made my way toward the bathroom. The hallway was very dark and gloomy. Aside from the eerie ticking noise of the old grandfather clock downstairs, everywhere was silent. Suddenly, I heard some muttering sounds and muffled crying coming from the ceiling. My blood froze, and my ears became hot as I tried to trace the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from the attic. I inched closer to the attic door overhead. It had a long cord attached to it. For a moment, my paranoid mind entertained the thought of pulling the cord and opening the door to the attic. Suddenly, Elena's dad appeared out of nowhere.
Susan.
His sinister, throaty voice made my skin crawl. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand on end.
Good evening, Mr. Van Buren. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
I stuttered.
What's the matter, Susan? Why aren't you with the others?
Oh, I was looking for the bathroom, but I got a little lost.
Oh, it's just down the hall. Let me know if you need any help getting there.
Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. No, I will be fine.
I walked away from him as quickly as I could. He, on the other hand, didn't move an inch. He just stood there, staring creepily as I walked into the bathroom. Luckily, he was gone by the time I was done. I walked back to the room, and we watched a movie together. After that, we all went to sleep. I drifted off on a roll-up mattress, but I couldn't get much sleep because of how spooked out I was. Suddenly, I heard the thud of heavy footsteps close by, followed by bursts of heavy breathing. It sounded so close. I could almost feel it on my skin. I opened my eyes, and the footsteps quickly hurried away. Elena was no longer in the room, and Ashley was fast asleep.
Ashley, wake up!
I pushed and nudged, but she didn't budge. She was so knocked out that an explosion could go off, and she wouldn't even notice. Just then, I spotted red flickers of light beeping from within Elena's wardrobe. I opened the wardrobe, and to my shock, I found a portable hidden camera in there. It was recording everything that was going on in the room.
What the hell is going on?
Before I could pry any further, I heard sobs and whispers again. It was coming from the attic, but now it was louder than before. Emboldened, I went straight for the attic door and pulled down the stairs. Slowly, I walked up the attic. The stairs creaked with every step I took. I was petrified by what I found up there. Young girls, each one about my age, all dressed in white and tied up. There were at least 6 of them. Each was so bony and lanky that they probably hadn't eaten in days.
Oh God! What is this?
They begged me to free them. Some even asked me to take their lives. Just then, Mr. Van Buren emerged from the shadows.
Ah, Susan. I see you're eager to join the others. No worries. I asked Elena to help me bring a white dress that'll fit you like a fiddle.
In an instant, I slipped past him and tumbled down the attic stairs. I ran back into the room and tried to wake Ashley up.
Ashley, wake up! Wake the hell up!
I shoved and pushed, but no dice.
Try all you want. She's not going anywhere, and neither are you.
He inched towards me. Desperate, I opened the bedroom window and jumped out to the yard below, limping and crying. I ran as fast as I could until I was able to hitch a ride to my house. When I got home, I told my dad all that happened. The next day, we went back to the house with the police but found no one there. Ashley was gone too. All we found were creepy recordings of all the girls who had come to the house for sleepovers. It's been 3 years since then, and there's still been no sign of Ashley. I'm just glad I was able to escape that madhouse, but I'm so deeply saddened that my friend wasn't so lucky.
That's crazy. There's heck of stuff on here, y'all. We got
My name is Nathan Arison, and I'm about to share with you the terrifying experience that to this day has me avoiding at all costs the all too famous Central Park. It all started when I first moved to Manhattan. I didn't have many friends at the time, as I had just graduated from college and moved here for work. But eventually, I met a friend named Paul. As time went by, I began meeting Paul's other friends, and eventually, I became a part of their friend group. We spent most of our time together at Paul's apartment, as it was the nicest and it was relatively close to Central Park and all the best spots. Now, like most people, I visited Central Park once in a while, usually to clear my head or think. But I only ever went there in the evenings, as I preferred it with fewer people. Sometimes I'd stay too long and I'd have to sleep at Paul's. He never seemed to mind though, as he was usually out late with our friends at clubs or on a date. But this didn't last long, as the encounter I had the next week made sure I never got close to his apartment ever again. The date was the 6th of June, 2019. I was in a pretty bad place, as the company I worked for at the time had been taken over by a larger corporation and decided to let some of the workers go. Now, I wasn't fired, but I had been sitting at Central Park worried, and I guess my friends somehow found out, as they were all headed my way. "Hey man," Paul said before sitting next to me. I replied, "Hey guys, I thought you were all headed out." Grace then responded with, "Yes, but we heard what happened. You should come with us." I simply shook my head, as getting drunk and clubbing wasn't my usual scene and was certainly not how I liked dealing with my problems. My friends weren't taking no for an answer though, and Paul said, "Come on man, you never come out with us. I'm sure you'll be fine. I mean, you're great at your job." I realized there was no point saying no. I had only one option, and that was to go. So against my better judgment, I got up and followed them to the club. Immediately when I stepped into the club, I realized I had made a terrible mistake, and after just 30 minutes, I decided to leave, but Paula didn't let me. He convinced me to have a couple more drinks and talk, but after a couple of hours, I got up and called it quits. I guess I drank a little too much, as it took a while for me to get my balance. But just as I was about to leave, Paul said, "Hey man, you headed home?" I barely heard him, but responded, "Yes, I am." He continued with, "You look wasted, man. I think you should stay at my place. Here are the keys. I'll get in with the spare." I decided he was probably right, as the walk to his apartment was much closer, so I took the keys and began walking home. Now at this time, it was around 1 a.m., and it was also a weekday, so many people were out on the streets. Eventually, I began walking past Central Park. But just as I was headed towards Paul's apartment building, I spotted what looked like a child standing in the park. Naturally, I felt like I was seeing things due to how much I had to drink earlier that night. But I decided to look again, and sure enough, there was a little boy standing in the park. Now this was worrying, as a lot of things could go wrong for a child alone in the park. I looked around to see if I could see any adults, but as far as I could tell, there weren't any. So I decided to go in and help the child. Right before I walked in, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Startled, I turned around quickly to see Paul laughing. "Relax, man, it's just me." He continued with, "Anyways, why are you going in there, man?" I replied, "Look, there's a kid there. I'm going to try to get him to his parents." "Oh, that's pretty weird. Maybe I should come with you, just to make sure you're safe," Paul said, laughing. We began walking towards the kid, but before we could reach him, he walked away. Paul and I followed the child and eventually got to a small gathering of people. At this point, I was almost positive I was seeing things, because nothing about this group of people seemed normal. For starters, I couldn't think of a single reason why around 15 people were all gathered at Central Park at 1 a.m. in the morning. As we got closer to the group, I noticed they all seemed to be listening to one person. He seemed to be in his late 50s and was dressed in clothes I'd never seen before. He stood around 6 feet tall and wore a long coat and a top hat. Soon enough, I began to notice how everyone in the group seemed to be dressed like they all came from different times. The women all wore their hair differently, and some of the men wore top hats and held canes while others wore suits and ties. Nothing about this abstract group of people sat well with me, and I decided it was better we left, so I said, "Paul, I think we should go. We can see the kids not here alone, so let's go home." The problem was, Paul didn't seem to be getting the same eerie feeling I was, as he simply replied, "Oh, come on, man. Don't you want to stick around and find out what's going on? I wasn't surprised by his response, as Paul was generally always adventurous and didn't know when to quit. So I said, "You can stay if you want, but something's off, and I don't think we should be here." I turned to leave when I heard someone say to me, "Pardon? Leaving so soon?" The man who had been speaking to the group was standing there, and I immediately felt chills down my spine. He reached out his hand to shake mine, and to this day, I still can't describe how unbelievably cold this mystery man's hands were. His eyes were blue, but what stood out about them was I could barely see his pupils. It was like they were barely there. "My friend, won't you be joining us?" he said calmly. Before I could respond, Paul spoke. "Well, my friend here was just going home, but I'm actually quite interested in what's going on." The man looked at me with a slight smirk on his face. "Well, it's too bad your friend's leaving. This here is a tour. Well," he laughed and continued, "it's quite a unique tour." I was confused, as I knew a tour of Central Park happening at 1 a.m. didn't make sense in any way, so I said, "Don't want to be rude, but why is the tour happening now and not at normal hours?" There was a quick sign of annoyance on his face, but he quickly replaced it with a smile and walked closer to me. "That's a good question, sir. But let me ask you one better. You don't truly believe that all that's happened in this place can be told in one tour? This park is over a century old, and it has seen and heard things that even the oldest history books are afraid to say." He paused and looked deeply into my eyes. "Some even believe it holds the souls of people too weak to leave, as well as their secrets." It was only at this point I realized the rest of the tour was standing in silence, looking my way. I immediately felt I needed to leave, but for some odd reason, some part of me wanted to stay. "Let's go home, Paul," I said, turning around to leave, but Paul didn't move. I figured it wasn't up for debate, and he was staying, so I began to walk away. With every step I took, I had this strong urge to return, but I decided against it, and just before leaving the park, I heard the man say, "Goodbye, Nathan." In the months that followed, a missing persons report was filed. A search party was put together, and posters of Paul Harper were put all over Manhattan and the surrounding cities. But there has been no news on him. After that night, I assumed Paul had stayed somewhere else that night. But after a while, I contacted the authorities, and no matter how many times I've given my statement, they continue to believe I was on some sort of drug that night. In my free time, I carried out research on people going missing in Central Park, but there was no case similar to Paul's. I played over the conversations with the strange man over and over in my head, and it led me to research the history of the infamous Central Park. The oddest thing to happen during the research was I could have sworn I saw the man at the park in a photo dated 1878, wearing the same clothes and awarded for his donations towards the park. I didn't act on this as I knew no one would believe me. As the years have gone by, I've contemplated many times going back to the park to see if I'd ever meet Paul again, but sadly, I'm too much of a coward to ever return to Central Park.
What does strength mean to you? Some say it's how fast you run a mile, but there are...
If you have ever met a toddler, there's a chance that child might have told you about his or her imaginary friends. As a mother of 2 little kids, I have a shocking story I'd like to share with you. So, I have a 3-year-old daughter and a 10-month-old son. I work from home and also look after my kids. Every evening at around 5, I take my kids to the Central Park and play with them. It's a great activity as my kids love to play and enjoy themselves. My daughter Nina is so cute. She loved everyone in her play school and was extremely friendly and curious. It's a task for me to keep her mind occupied all the time, as she is a hyperactive kid. So when we go play at Central Park, I make her play with the other kids, ride her bike, run around, and play all sorts of other games. At times it's tough to manage 2 kids, but I truly enjoy it. Once in a while, Nina would pick up a new hobby, or should I say, obsession. Sometimes it's drawing or a craft, sometimes it's singing, sometimes it's getting dressed like me, or getting a piggyback ride from her father. Recently, I have heard her talk to someone when she is in her room alone. At first, I thought she had taken my cell phone and called her grandma, but when I entered the room, I found no phone, and Nina was sitting on her bed as though someone were standing in front of her. "Hey, baby, what are you doing?" In a very casual tone, Nina turned towards me and said,
I'm talking to my friend.
Just to make sure she hadn't snuck my phone, I asked her, "Do you have my phone with you?"
Nope, I guess it's downstairs on the kitchen counter.
All right, so how are you talking to your friend? I asked in a very casual manner, as there was no one in the room except her and me. She looked at me funny and said,
He's right here, Mom.
And pointed right in front of her on the bed. Playing along with her, I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see him. Do you guys want a snack or something? I can get you something to eat."
Nope, I just ate dinner. And Frigg says you make terrible food.
Instead of getting offended, what she said brought a memory back from a long, long time in my life. I decided that maybe it was one of her new obsessions, and it would fade with time, just like her other obsessions. However, as time passed, I found her talking to this imaginary friend more and more, especially whenever we would go to Central Park. Instead of playing with the other kids or her baby brother, she started playing with her imaginary friend. I even told her father about this, but he told me that it was just a phase and it would pass, but I did not tell him the name of this imaginary friend. Months passed, and every day she was learning something new from this imaginary friend. This phase had lasted a bit too long. One night, as I was about to tuck her into her bed, I heard her talking to her imaginary friend again. As I entered the room, Nina said,
Mom, did you cry every time you used to fall off your bike?
"How did you know that?" To this, my daughter giggled all alone and said,
I just know it. Looks like you weren't as brave as I am.
"Yes, my dear, you are very brave, but it's now your bedtime." I tucked her into bed.
How did you know that?
Good night.
"Good night to you too, baby." She giggled again.
No, Mom. That good night was not for you. It was for him.
She pointed in the direction of an empty corner in her room, and then looked at me with a smile and said,
Good night to you too, Mom.
I just walked out of the room dumbfounded. I spoke to my husband again that night and asked him if we need to consult a child psychologist or not, but he assured me that our daughter was fine and would be done with this imaginary friend soon enough. I did not tell him the name of this imaginary friend yet again. The next day when we went to Central Park, I realized the gravity of the situation. As all the kids played in the sandbox, or with balls and other playing equipment, my daughter was busy playing with her imaginary friend behind a bush. This time, however, she had something that had me very, very worried. She had 2 pairs of paper towel rolls connected by fine wires. She was playing with them. "What is this, Nina?
What are you doing? Don't you want to play with the other kids in the sandbox or with the ball? You can also play with your baby brother if you want to. No, Mom. Frank here is teaching me how to defend myself against bad people.
Baby, but what is this in your hand? I had a fair idea of what it might be, but I still wanted to confirm.
These are nunchucks. I'm learning how to use them.
When she confirmed my suspicion, I knew this imaginary friend wasn't something normal. It was deeper than I had previously thought. I also noticed that this imaginary friend was always hyperactive while at Central Park, and he always tried to separate my daughter from the other kids.
Nina, we have to leave now. No, Mom. I want to play with Frank. He was just starting to teach me how to use nunchucks.
I just grabbed my daughter by the hand, picked up my son, and sat on a bench in the park away from the prying eyes of the other parents. Nina was crying and was very upset that I had disturbed her playtime. I made her sit in front of me and tell me everything about this imaginary friend of hers. When she started telling me everything this friend had taught her and told her, I was sure who this imaginary friend was. She even described him to me.
Baby, listen to me. You need to forget this imaginary friend and make some real ones. Or you can play with your brother if you want to, but no more playing or talking with this imaginary friend.
I knew my daughter wouldn't listen to me.
Okay, Mom. Should I tell him that I no longer will be his friend now? He's standing right behind you.
This terrified me, but I knew I had to be strong for my child.
Sure, baby.
She told that friend of hers, and from that day on, there was no imaginary friend called Frank in my little girl's life. She went back to picking up new hobbies and befriending other kids. Now, I must tell you a little bit about this imaginary friend. I knew a boy who was exactly like my daughter's imaginary friend. Just the difference was he wasn't imaginary. He played with nunchucks at the age of 12 and was pretty good in martial arts at a ripe young age. Unfortunately, he died at 14 in a park while playing on some playground equipment. The kid was none other than my elder brother, Frank. Maybe that's why he was always with Nina in Central Park. When I was about 8 years old, he taught me to make nunchucks out of paper towels and wires, just as he did with Nina. Looks like the spirit of my dead brother is still looking over my daughter.
That one ain't that crazy. Dang.
Impeccable elegance and endearing demeanor and composure.
Okay, that's enough. Story 3.
Back when I was a kid, not more than 16, my friends and I used to play in a big park.
Voice acting.
We lived in a small town, and right in the middle of it was a huge park. So, the founding members of our town back in the day must have thought it would be a good idea to name this park after the Central Park of New York. Call it a tribute or a lack of creativity. But we too had a Central Park in our town. Now, I must say, in a small town, having a big park means almost everyone wants to spend time at it. However, every evening the school's soccer team practiced in the Central Park. And except for our coach and the team members, no one else used to be in the park. Mostly because we made a lot of noise while we were playing, and secondly, because it used to get dark in the park. A few of my teammates, including me, had cars, and the rest of my teammates mostly asked us to drop them off after practice. Kevin, Martin, Mitch, and I always used my car, as it was small and compact, perfect for the four of us. Most of the team left right after practice. However, me and my buddies liked to hang out in the park for a little while after. Now, you must know that our town was never experienced in any kind of paranormal experience or haunting. Neither was there any crime in our town. It was a small, safe community where everyone knew everyone and people loved to help each other. So our parents didn't mind us hanging out in the Central Park late at night. One of my friends, Mitch, lived with his grandfather, Mr. Robinson. He was a friendly old man who loved to drive around the town at night in his Mini Cooper. Many times we would cross him in his car while going back home from the Central Park. And every time we would say, "Good night, Mr. Robinson," to him in a sing-song voice. He loved us boys and treated us all like he treated his own grandson. One evening after a big match, the four of us decided that it would be a very good idea to grab a bite in the diner and return to the park to just play football for a little while before heading home. All our parents had attended the match along with Mr. Robinson, so they knew about our plan. When we were back at the Central Park playing football after dinner, Martin, who was a horror enthusiast, started sharing some horror stories he had seen on a YouTube channel, his favorite, called SSG Animation. Now, normally none of us ever got scared of such stories, but that day in Central Park under a few streetlights, I was scared. I didn't admit it to the other boys, but I had a feeling that someone was watching me from the dark. There were thick trees and jogging tracks all around us, and we played in a small grassy area in the middle of the park. At about 11 at night, we decided to go home as it was too late and it was a school night. I got into the driver's seat and my friends in their respective seats. Now you must understand the layout of Central Park. The park was situated in the front and the parking lot was behind it, so while driving your car in and out of the park, you would be driving on a road parallel to the park. I started the car and we were all joking about how we defeated the other team, how the players of the other team had made mistakes and gave us an easy win. Almost 5 minutes into our drive, I spotted a Mini Cooper coming our way. Now, everyone knew who would be in the car if you spotted a Mini Cooper in our town. I slowed my car while my friends kept chatting. When the Mini Cooper was just beside us, I stopped my car. "Hey, Mr. Robinson, you going into the park?" Usually at this point, Mr. Robinson would crack a dad joke or tell me to drive safely. However, that day he just stared at me with wide eyes and gave me a creepy smile.
Okay.
It was weird.
That is weird.
"Mr. Robinson, are you okay?" By now, all my friends were turned into our conversation too. Especially Mitch, Mr. Robinson's grandson, was looking at his grandpa as if something was wrong. We all sensed a creepy feeling from the ever-friendly old man. He still didn't answer me, but just kept staring. Then he got out of his car and came near my window.
"You kids done playing?"
"Yes, sir," we all answered, smiling.
"Good game you played today. Kicked the other team's ass really good."
We all nodded and then chatted with him for a while. But throughout the conversation, I felt a cold vibe from Mr. Robinson, who was always so warm. Then he abruptly told me to step out of the car. I did as he said while all my friends watched questionably at Mr. Robinson. He made me turn around and pointed in the distance toward the parking lot and the park which we had just left. And what I saw made me stumble back on my ass. I fell down and started crawling backwards. I was scared shitless and I was sweating all over and couldn't utter a word. From inside the car, all my friends looked at me funny. What is that? Who is that?" I asked Mr. Robinson as I was struggling to breathe. He smiled at me, bent down to my level and said,
"Wrong time, wrong place, kid."
And after he finished saying that, I covered my face with my arms and shielded myself from the impact. When I closed my eyes, I didn't see anyone. Mr. Robinson was still looking at me with that smudged look and that creepy smile. However, Mitch and Kevin were beside me picking me up, while Martin looked worried in the passenger seat.
"What happened, Tom?"
Mitch asked me. I could not describe to him what I just saw, so instead I pointed in the direction of the parking lot. However, when I looked there again, no one was there. The parking lot was dark and isolated as it was before.
"You boys take your friend home,"
Mr. Robinson said to Mitch and Kevin. Mitch drove the car to his house while I cooled myself in the back seat.
"Hey, what did you see?"
Mitch asked when we were a few blocks away from his house. "I saw a woman," dressed in black, with long flowy hair running at lightning speed towards me. I knew she was going to harm me. Also, I felt that your grandpa was being weird. I don't believe you. You say you saw a ghost woman, but I do think my grandpa was acting crazy, Mitch replied. And although I was a bit shaken up, I laughed. We reached his house, and the first thing we saw was the Mini Cooper parked in the open garage. We all exchanged a look, and before we could get out of the car, the main door opened, and there stood Mr. Robinson.
Hey, boys. Great game. You kids want to have some soda and a sandwich? I'm making some for myself.
We all just looked at the old man, dumbfounded, as there was no way he could get here before us, change his clothes, and mind you, there was only one way from the Central Park to Mitch's home. And on the way, we didn't cross Mr. Robinson. And we definitely would have, because we left the park before him. Before any one of us could say anything, Mitch was out of the car.
Grandpa, what were you doing at the Central Park just a few minutes ago? And how did you get here so fast?
Mr. Robinson looked at us as if we were nuts.
I was watching the news for the past 2 hours, and I left the Central Park along with all the other parents after the game. I wasn't at the Central Park a few minutes ago.
At that moment, we felt like the ground had cracked beneath our feet, as all of us had clearly seen him there. Suddenly, all of my friends believed my story of seeing the ghostly woman, because they too had seen Mr. Robinson. Or, should I say, they saw whatever it was that looked like Mr. Robinson. Hell nah. That was crazy, y'all. Hell to the no. Oh, I'm gonna watch the Get Back when they come. I'm gonna watch that. I want the notification. I can't wait till Stranger Things come back. Should I watch some doorbell stuff? Cause doorbell stuff be cracking. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's gonna pop up. Doorbell news. Creepy cam.
Fear tales. Stalkers. The Walking Dead. Everybody gotta meet up. Hey, beer meets food. Best stuff ever, y'all. More. Oh, what about modern animations?
I love shopping the Real Real. It's Gucci,
Louis Vuitton,
Prada, Hermes, Dior.
About 2 years ago, I rented a room in a 3-bedroom house. The walls were very thin. My bedroom had one window, which led into the living room, none with outside access. This window will be important later on. There was 3 bedrooms, one for me, one for the master tenant, and one spare, which at the time was rented out by a pretty friendly guy. Well, friendly guy had issues with his work visa and had to move back to Canada last minute, leaving us about 2 weeks to find another roommate. Our quickest and easiest option was Craigslist. Due to my work schedule, I had no part in the selection process, but I was content when the new roommate moved in a bit later. Something was off about this guy, but he seemed friendly enough. He was a very tall, large man, and was very quiet. Not somebody who I wanted to go out of my way to hang out with, but was still okay to be around. 2 weeks after he moved in, the master tenant left for Hawaii, leaving me and the new tenant alone. For the first few days, things were normal. However, that all changed one night. I was woken up at about 8 a.m. to a frantic knocking on my door. The new roommate, we'll call him Kyle, was standing there when I opened up, looking frazzled. He looks me dead in the eye and asks, "So do you want to tell me what was going on last night?" To which I was shocked and confused. Last night I had come home from work at about 9 p.m. and immediately showered and went to bed. I explained this to him, and he says that he heard me screaming, that he saw me through the window, arguing with our landlord, who I had never met in person at this point. He claimed that he heard people coming in and out of our house. I tell him no way. None of that ever happened. After staring at me for a bit longer, he leaves. The next morning I wake up to the same thing. This time he says he saw me arguing with my boyfriend. I was single at the time. He said that he saw me talking with the master tenant, who, as I mentioned before, was in Hawaii. He also asked me for the badge number of the officer I was talking to. Apparently he saw a bunch of police as well. This time I get angry, and I more or less tell him to cut this shit out. I'm not doing anything, and I have no idea what you're talking about. He got this weird look on his face and said, I think I had a seizure in my sleep. Next time that happens, call the ambulance. After that, he left. But about an hour later, he begins knocking at my door again. When I open up, Kyle repeats the same exact story, verbatim. I tell him to leave me alone, and then I left for work. My workday went about as expected. I'm a bit reluctant to return home, but I was too tired to crash at somebody else's place. Big mistake. At about 1 a.m., I wake up to doors slamming. Kyle is pacing back and forth between his bedroom and the living room, then to the front door, walking in and out of each room, turning the lights on and off, mumbling angrily to himself. I can see his shadow pacing back and forth through the frosted window in my room. Since my room is dark, he can't see inside. Suddenly he screams, I can't live like this anymore. Why are you doing this to me? I thought he was on the phone, so I didn't respond. A few moments later, he screams my name. I then realized his statements were directed at me. I knew I had to get out of there, so I quietly crept out of bed and start getting dressed, packing up bags of clothes for work in the morning. I'm almost done when he screams, I can hear you. He then charges over to my room, slapping the wall next to my door, but not touching the door itself. I look toward my window, and I see his shadow lean all the way forward, pressing his ear against the glass. I was fucking terrified, and I sat completely still, not moving a muscle. He eventually screams my name again and moves away from the window. I hear him start pacing between rooms again. Now my shoes are kept on a rack outside my door and not inside my room, so I know that when I leave, I'm going to need a moment to put them on. I decided to wait until he was back in his room, at which time I planned to grab my shoes, put them on, and run. As I'm formulating this plan, the pacing stops. He then screams, Do you want to fight about this? Come on out right now, and we'll fight, I swear to God. Now, I am a very small girl, and only 5 feet tall. This guy is easily 3 times my size, so I'm definitely not looking to fight. After a few minutes, he turns off all the lights, and I hear the door to his room open and close, followed by silence. I wait for a moment to be sure I can't hear any movement, and then I decided to take my chance. I took a breath and opened my door quickly, then stepped out and grabbed my shoes, before looking up a second later to see him standing there in the dark hallway with nothing but a pair of boxers and socks on. He then spoke in a low, calm voice. Ma'am, We need to talk. That was a hard no from me, so I grabbed my shoes and ran out the front door with them in hand. I ran about half a block barefoot before stopping and putting them on. When I looked behind me, I saw him standing in the porch light of our front door, watching me run, but not moving. Luckily for me, I had a friend who lived about 2 blocks away, and I had their spare key on me. So I let myself in and crashed there for the night, and that's where I stayed for the next week, while we worked things out with our landlord. Kyle agreed to move out within the week. He said he didn't remember anything that happened, and wasn't sure if it was real or not. But if I said that's what went down, then it must be true. The day Kyle left, he sent me a photo of the house keys sitting on the table, along with a message that said, "I'm out." I take a friend over there with me to scout it out, and to make sure he actually left. When we got there, we discovered that not only did he leave a bunch of food and furniture behind, but he had ripped out all the fire alarms from the ceiling, and had unscrewed and removed the deadbolt from the front door, and left them lined up neatly on the front table. The door to my bedroom can only be locked by using a key from the outside, and had been locked when we arrived, which meant that Kyle still had a key to my room. We called a locksmith right away. Even after the locks were changed, I was still terrified to stay there alone, and never went to sleep at night without barricading the doors with chairs and other furniture. To this day, I still fear for his safety. He obviously had some kind of psychological condition, but I also wonder what could have happened to me if I hadn't been as lucky as I was.
Gruesome, bro.
A few weeks ago, I had to fly out to a small town I had never been to in order to look for a place to live. I'm moving there in the fall to start grad school. My boyfriend flew with me. Before the trip, I researched all sorts of apartments on Craigslist and set up a bunch of appointments. Our first appointment was in the afternoon, in this sort of remote residential area. The landlord sounded fine over email and asked me to call him about an hour before the appointment to confirm that I was still coming. I called, but he didn't answer. So my boyfriend and I started walking to the house and just hoped that he would show up. About 10 minutes before the appointment, the guy calls me. "Hey, are you coming?" He sounded like an older man and had this very strange, slow way of talking, but I just thought he was older. "Yes, we're in front of the house now." He then got extremely upset. "We?" "Oh yeah, my boyfriend's with me." "You never told me you had a boyfriend.
Why does that
You
matter?
never said that."
That don't matter.
It had never crossed my mind to tell him this information, since my boyfriend would not be coming to live with me. He was just helping me look for apartments on the trip. I told the man, and after a very long pause, he said, "I'm sorry. It's just, sometimes people don't tell me when they're married, and it surprises me. I'll see you soon." He then hung up. I told my boyfriend about what the man said, and he was immediately weirded out. He wanted to leave. But there were slim pickings in terms of real estate, so I, stupidly, said that we had to stay, in case this was the place. As we were discussing this, we see a man leave the house we were going to view. This man was young and extremely sketchy looking. He took one look at us and ran to his car and pulled away from the curb with a screech. Okay, so now we're really starting to get creeped out. But this isn't enough for us to just bail. Yet. Me and my boyfriend looked at each other, wondering what to do. Soon, the landlord arrives. He looked to be in his 50s, very tall and strong looking. His eyes were completely blank and devoid of emotion. He slowly walks up to us and says, "I would shake your hands, but mine are dirty." "Where from?" my boyfriend asks. "Work," he flatly responds. He then asks me a lot of questions, completely ignoring my boyfriend. What am I going to school for? What other places am I considering for living? Is my boyfriend moving to this town as well? The entire time, he stares into my eyes without blinking. I try to give him answers that are as vague as possible. Meanwhile, my boyfriend is asking the landlord the same kind of questions, which he refuses to answer any of them. He then says, out of nowhere, "Let me show you the basement." At this point, we really should have left, but we didn't. I kept thinking that this was an eccentric old man from a small town, and we're city folk, and he was just feeling paranoid. My boyfriend, on the other hand, wanted to get out of there, but he followed us, as the man led us to the back of the house, away from the street, to this sort of detached shed. He opened the door, and we saw that there were stairs leading down into utter darkness. He flipped the switch at the top of the stairs, and the light did not turn on. Normally, the response for this would be, "Oh shit, the light's out," or something like that. But he just says, and slowly walked down into the darkness. He then just stood there, without moving, in the dark, then said, "Aren't you coming down?" There's nothing to see if the light's out," says my boyfriend. The landlord just stands there for a long time, then slowly walks back up the stairs and closes the basement door without saying anything. He took us into the house. Weird and increasingly creepy things ensued. The front door, the only exit to the house, locked automatically. When my boyfriend tried to fiddle with it, the man became very upset and told him to leave it alone. He managed to get it open secretly, though. The man kept trying to box us into small rooms and kept reaching his hands into his pockets, only to take them away when he caught us looking. On Craigslist and in person, the man claimed that there was a grad student already living in the house, but the evidence of that seemed arranged. There were neat piles of generic textbooks on the table, but not things a 20-something-year-old might read. There was a bowl of fruit on the table, but there was no other food in the fridge or pantry, or even utensils. There were maybe 3 t-shirts in the closet, and the landlord couldn't say what school he went to or how long he had been renting the house. Finally, the man had showed us every single room except for one. He claimed that the one he refused to open for us was just the attic, and we didn't need to see anything up there. He gave us several reasons when we inquired. It was unfinished. There was furniture up there. It would smell bad. The last one I believed, because when I stood near the door, it smelled terrible. After a while, we made our excuses and got out of there. The man walked us out, then got into his car, but when he thought we had turned the corner, he exited his car and slowly sauntered back into the house. My boyfriend, fixated on the idea that there was something off about this guy, Googled him that night. We found out 3 things. That he was a pillar of the community, known by a lot of the townspeople. There is no evidence of him owning or managing real estate, as he claimed on Craigslist, and that he had listed his home address as the very house we had been touring. So that was definitely the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me.
Hi, I'm Will with R&R Tire Express, and let me tell you why we are different from every...
This was the first and only time I ever used Craigslist. It was about 5 years ago. In the springtime, when the snow was all melted and the grass was starting to grow long again, I went to my garage to get the lawnmower. I had an old push mower, and it hadn't been used in months. When I wheeled it out of my garage, it wouldn't start. I couldn't figure out the problem, and after researching online with no luck, I realized I probably needed to buy a new one. The one I had was really old anyways, and it had had some problems in the past. My yard is not all that big, so I only needed another push mower, and I figured they wouldn't be too expensive to buy a used one. I went to Craigslist and searched in my local area for lawnmowers. After browsing for a little while, I found one that seemed to be the best deal. It was $100, and it seemed like a reasonable price to me. After some thought, I decided to reach out and let the seller know that I was interested in buying it. I texted the number that was on the listing and received a response about an hour later. The response said that if I wanted to buy the mower, I could come by and purchase it tomorrow night. I agreed, and I was then provided with an address and a time to pick it up, which was 8 p.m. This was a little later than I would have liked, but I agreed. The next night, I drove my small SUV to the address that I was sent, and I texted the seller letting them know that I was on my way. I got a text back saying, "Sounds good, the mower's in the garage, come right in." It took me almost 20 minutes to get there, and it was a little bit farther than I wanted. When I arrived, it seemed to be a pretty typical residential neighborhood. There were a bunch of houses along both sides of the street. I saw the address of the house that I was going to. The garage door was open, and I parked my car on the side of the street. I texted the seller that I had arrived. I waited in my car until I got a response. It took about a minute, but the seller said, "Come on up." I got out of my car, walked across the street, and then up the driveway. When I got inside the garage, it was not very well lit. There was just a dim light bulb in the middle. I looked around, and there was miscellaneous stuff that you would typically find in a garage, but there was no lawnmower. I took a few more steps in and called out, "Hey, I'm here." I didn't hear anything. I saw the normal step up to the door leading to the house, but then I saw another door. It was in the far back right corner, and this was a door that was open and seemingly leading into another hallway. I saw a piece of a cardboard box was propped up against the door, and written in marker it said, "Lawnmower," and then had an arrow pointing inside the door. I was a little confused by this, and it seemed a little bit sketchy, but I walked over to it. When I got to the doorway, things were pretty dark, and I couldn't see well, but I did see that there was a door to the right and then a staircase going straight down to seemingly a basement. The arrow was pointing down the stairs, so maybe this guy had his lawnmower in the basement for some reason. I started walking down the stairs to the basement area. When I made it to the bottom of the stairs, I could now see that the entire basement appeared to be unfinished, and the lighting wasn't much better in there either. Still, I didn't see a lawnmower. Then I heard noise coming from up the stairs. It was the door from the garage leading to the basement, and it was closing. It wasn't slammed or anything. It was closed relatively quietly, but I still heard it. I looked up the staircase, but didn't see anybody. Whoever had closed the door closed it from the outside. I suddenly had a really bad feeling, and I just wanted to leave. I walked back up the stairs as quickly as I could. As I was making it to the top of the stairs, I heard another door close, and then footsteps. Somebody else was in the house. It sounded like they had gone in the other door leading from the garage. I tried opening the door to the garage, but it was somehow locked from the outside. I couldn't open it. Then I tried the other door leading to inside the house. That one was already open a crack. When I made it inside the rest of the house, I saw that I was in some sort of hallway. It was small and led to a living room type of area that had a sliding glass door that went out to a back patio. I heard footsteps approaching from another room around the corner. Without hesitating, I went to the sliding glass door and opened it. Once outside, I shut it behind me, just in time to see a man coming into view inside the house. I didn't get a good look at him at all, but he was walking in my direction at a rather fast speed. I bolted out of there, sprinting all the way from the backyard to around the house and garage, and all the way back to my car. When I made it inside my vehicle, I started the engine and immediately left. I drove all the way back home, and then I blocked the number just because I didn't want anything to do with that guy. I reported my experience on the Craigslist website and then decided to buy a new lawnmower from the store. Since then, I haven't used Craigslist. I'm not sure if I'll use it again sometime. Maybe things have changed. All I know is I will never forget that experience I had, and I hope to never have one like that again.
Hi, I'm Michael, a landscape designer, and today I'm going to share some of my professional expertise with Peter and Jalissa to help them create
Last year, I broke my leg and was unable to do a lot of things that I typically do. I live alone in a smaller house, and my friends and family were really nice in helping me out when I first got the crutches. Soon after, though, I realized that I would have to do yard work, and I didn't want to ask family or friends to do it. Everybody in my neighborhood takes great pride in their yards. The lawns are all very green and trimmed often. There's generally nice flowers in most as well. I have a typical garden, just some basic flowers by the house, and then most of my front yard is just grass that I cut weekly. I decided to go on Craigslist to find somebody to keep up my yard for a few weeks until I would be able to again. There was only 3 weeks until I would be able to do yard work, and I didn't want to hire a company because I knew that would be really expensive. I found an ad on Craigslist that said, "Male, just graduated from high school, looking to earn money doing odd jobs during summer." He even listed yard work in the ad, and I figured this would be a good person to go with. I contacted the kid, whose name was Michael. He responded saying that he was excited to have a job for a few weeks, and I told him he would come over once a week. The job would be cutting the grass and watering the flowers, also cutting down weeds if there were any, and picking up sticks in the yard. Probably would only take an hour or two each week. The next week, Michael arrived at my house, and I went outside to greet him. Right away, though, things seemed strange. Michael did not appear to be in high school at all. He had a full beard for starters, and I know some high schoolers can grow full beards, but he just didn't look 18 or 19, more like 29 or 30. Right away, I said to Michael that I thought he said he had just graduated high school. He looked confused for a moment, and then said that he looks a little older than he actually is. He admitted that he hadn't just graduated, but claimed he forgot to change his ad for a few years. More like 10 years, I thought. Still, he looked capable of doing the work, and he was already here, so I gave him the information that he needed, and he started working. I went inside and went over some work stuff. I was working part-time at home and part-time in the office at the time. Occasionally, I would glance out the window to see what Michael was doing. The first day went pretty well. He did all of the maintenance work in about an hour, and then I paid him, and he left. The next week was a bit different. There was the same amount of work to be done, if not less, but he was there for almost 3 hours. I wasn't quite sure why he took so long, because I wasn't paying him by the hour. But finally, he finished, I paid him, and he left. The next week, which was the last one, he was there for a lengthy amount of time again, and this time, I noticed him poking around some of the windows and areas of my house from the outside. I really didn't know what he was doing. Cleaning the windows was not part of the job. That's seemingly what he was doing, though. I was careful not to let him notice me when I watched him work, but seeing this was a little confusing. At last, he was done, and I paid him for the final time, and he left. I was glad to be done working with Michael. He was a little strange and definitely misrepresented himself. But that same night, at about midnight, I was still awake and on my phone in my bedroom. I'm a bit of a night owl, and I frequently stay up past midnight. I heard the sound of a window opening at the opposite end of my house. Immediately, I knew what was happening. I just knew it had to be Michael. Looking back, I could have been wrong, but I had more than a hunch. I didn't know what he wanted or what he was trying to do, but when I suddenly heard footsteps coming into the house, I knew I had to do something. I stepped out into my hallway, just a couple of steps. Then, I shouted as loud as I could that I knew it was Michael and I had a gun. I didn't have a gun, but I wanted to scare him off. It actually worked, and I heard footsteps moving back until I heard noises around the window again. I left my room and walked into the living room to see an open window. I went to the front of my house and saw what sure enough appeared to be Michael running out of the front yard and onto the street. I made sure that all of my windows and doors were closed, then I went back to bed. The next day, I went to the police with all of my information. It was not difficult at all for them to find Michael because his ad was still on Craigslist. I'm glad I was awake that night when he tried breaking in, or I'm not sure what would have happened.
Where are you?
About to go live.
What? Where?
On Kick.
Do you know how they say that hindsight is 20/20? Well, looking back on that day, the more I think about what happened, all of the signs were there from the beginning. It was 2006. I had just turned 24 and finally got in a home for myself. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small one-bedroom home, but it was a home, and I was proud of it. I had just graduated from college and landed a solid job at a small accounting firm, so I finally had a way to earn some money. That being said, I was still in the process of saving up, so at the time, I was essentially living paycheck to paycheck, like most people. In order to make a little bit of extra money, I was in the process of selling things that I didn't need anymore, a lot of which was being sold over Craigslist. I had managed to sell a few cheap paintings and piece of furniture that I owned on the site, so I figured it was a good place to start. I posted a few items, and it wasn't long before I had a response. Someone had emailed me about buying an old cell phone, and as luck would have it, they were able to meet that day. I didn't like the idea of meeting at my house or at their house, so I asked if they would mind meeting at a local diner. He agreed, and we were set up to meet later that day. The time came and I grabbed the phone and its charger, got in my car, and made the 15-minute drive to the diner. As I pulled in, I noticed that it wasn't as full as I expected it to be, which was nice, and I didn't think anything of it at first. But the more I tell this story, the more I realize that I noticed a white Ford Taurus parked next to a red Chevy Impala. As I said, I didn't think anything was strange about it at the time. I pulled into a parking spot that was close to the door, and I texted the buyer to let him know that I was there. He said he would be at the diner in a few minutes, so I just turned on some music and waited. After a few moments, a white Ford Taurus pulls into the spot next to me, and me and the buyer made the exchange. Everything went fine. We both said thank you and headed our separate ways. As I made my way home, though, I noticed something odd. I had made a few turns along the way, and I could swear that I was being followed by a red car. Again, I made no connection to the car in the parking lot. As I got closer to my house, I grew more and more concerned that something was wrong. However, one intersection away from my house, I noticed the car turn down one of the side roads. I was relieved to make it home, safe and sound. I made my way into the house and made sure to lock the door behind me. I threw some leftovers into the microwave and got ready to settle down for the night. After dinner, I hopped into the shower and began to get ready for bed. I would have gone to sleep as if nothing was wrong had I not remembered that I left the curtains to the living room open. I don't like the idea of someone being able to see inside my house, so I went to close them. I paused when I got to the window though, because I could have sworn I saw something in the road. It was at that moment I realized that I was looking at a car that had parked at the end of my driveway. I froze. My first instinct was to look to the door, and it was still locked, thankfully. I then quickly made my way over to the light switch to the front porch, and I could see the car as clear as day. It was the red car that had been following me, a red Chevy Impala. To my horror, the car was empty. I didn't know how many people there were, or where they were, but someone was outside my house for some reason. I pulled my phone out and quickly called the police. I explained to the 911 operator what the issue was, and they assured me that someone was on the way and asked me to stay on the line. That was when I heard them, the sound of multiple people walking along my porch. I turned out my light, but it didn't scare them away. I tried to poke my head around the corner to the window without being seen, hoping that I could catch a glimpse of who was outside. To my horror, one of the men was standing with his covered face pressed against the glass trying to look inside. As soon as my head came around the corner, we made eye contact. He didn't move at first. All I could think to do was to say, "Police are coming. You better get out of here right now." I tried to sound stern, but I honestly probably sounded like a sniveling child. It was like clockwork though, and almost right after I finished my sentence, I could see the flashing lights coming down the road. The dispatcher wasn't lying. Someone was actually right down the road. The men noticed the lights and took off to their car, but they didn't make it in time. The police were in the driveway and the 3 men were taken into custody. I recognized one of them as the man who was driving the white Ford Taurus. The police said, "This sort of thing happens all of the time."
figure it out. Don't trust that shit.
I had just finished my first year of university and had taken up a position as a taxi dispatcher with my boyfriend's cousin's taxi company. For the first week and a half, I worked mainly day shifts until the owner decided to extend the hours to 24/7, and I was the lucky employee who would be covering 3 of the 4 of these shifts a week. The next week, I was working my first night shift alone. The driver would be out all night looking for fares, which meant a lot of the night would be just me. I wasn't uneasy working such a shift by myself, since I had worked at a 24-hour coffee shop and was used to midnight shifts. It was also a Wednesday or Thursday night, so it wasn't very busy. The best part about this job was that my boss let me use the internet to play video games on my laptop in the office. From the computer desk in the office, I could see the front door, a portion of the front desk, and most of the front windows, so I could keep a close eye on what was happening outside. Plus, the bell above the door always alerted me to a new customer, so I couldn't be caught off guard if I got too into my game. On this particular night, I was working with a taxi driver named Dave. Dave is about 6'3" and 300 pounds, plus he suffers from severe health problems, one of which made all of his movements slow and painful. He definitely wasn't Mr. Fitness or the type of person who would be able to defend himself or others very easily. Sometime during the early hours of the morning, around 1:30 to 2 a.m., Dave gets a call to go pick up someone in a town about 15 minutes away. He gathered up his stuff and drove into the night, while I headed into the office and continued playing my video game. About 15 minutes later, I caught something over the top of my laptop. My mind froze. I could hear panting, and in the reflection of the window I could see someone sitting in one of the waiting chairs. I walked to the doorway that connects the front room with the office. I glanced into the sitting area and nearly shit bricks. Some guy with a massive rat tail had managed to ninja his way into the office and was now sitting in one of the chairs with his face buried in his hands, panting heavily. He was dirty, sweaty, and sounded like he had just run a marathon. Now, the rat tail should have tipped me off, but I found it more hilarious than frightening. A few moments passed and I finally built up the courage to ask him if he needed a cab. He didn't respond at first. I asked him again, and he looks up at me. I took a step back into the office. His face was scratched and covered in blood from the wound on the top of his head. I was shocked and immediately offered assistance to him. He replies with, "I'm fine. I don't need no help. I just want to go home." I asked him if he needed a cab and, if so, where he was going. He told me he lives about 20 minutes away and wants Dave to take him home. After that, shit started to get weird. I called over to Dave using the radio to tell him that there was a fare in the office and that he wanted a ride. He told me he'd be another 10 minutes or so. My hand was on the phone the entire time in case this guy made any sudden movements. Instead of going back into the office, I decided it was best to stay out front where there are two great big bay windows that make it easy to see what is happening inside the taxi office. I didn't feel as though he was a threat at all, but he seemed really angry at something, so I wanted to make sure that if something happened to me, people would be able to see it. So I walked out into the front room, and as I get closer to the gentleman, that's when I see it. He's not just bleeding from the head, but from the shoulder and knee. I asked him again if he's okay, then I offered to call an ambulance for him. Bad idea. "You don't need to be doing that," he told me. "It ain't like I killed nobody, right? I never killed nobody. Don't go doing that. You don't need to call anyone. I just want to go home." "I'm sorry. I just noticed that you're bleeding pretty badly and thought maybe you'd like someone to make sure you're okay," I replied. "I didn't kill nobody. That asshole should have kept his mouth shut. He had what was coming to him. He shouldn't have said those things. But it ain't like I killed nobody. You don't need to call nobody. I just want to go home." "Okay," I tell him. "But you're bleeding." "It ain't like I killed nobody," he replied. "I swear I didn't kill nobody. Please don't call the cops. I don't need the cops. I just need to go home. I didn't kill anyone." Silence for a few minutes. He notices the phone clutched in my hand. "I fell down," he blurted out. "Pardon?" "I fell," he repeated. "That's why I'm bleeding. I fell. It ain't like I killed nobody." He suddenly got up and started pacing. He was growing impatient for his cab, and I was scared shitless. Blood was now on the chair and floor. I had the phone in my hand, and every once in a while he broke the silence with another string of incoherent babbling about how he had done nothing wrong because he hadn't killed anyone, and that I didn't need to call the cops because he was a good guy. Eventually Dave radios over that he's about 2 minutes away, and I breathe a sigh of relief. He pulled up out front. The man gets into the car and they drive off. Now I'm worried for Dave, so I call the cops. I reported what happened, and they followed the taxi cab to this guy's house where they arrested him.
Imagine you never had to go to the nail salon ever again. Glamnetic gives you salon quality nails at home, and they take less than 5 minutes to apply.
Turns out this guy had run away from a nearby bar after he had physically assaulted a fellow patron. To what extent, I never found out. He injured him with a sharp object, I assume a pocket knife or needle, took off running, fell and managed to find his way to the taxi office. During his time in the cab office, the police had been searching for him, so technically no, he didn't kill anyone, but he did assault and attempt to murder someone. I also found out that one of the other drivers, Steven, knew the guy from high school years ago. His name is Duke, which explains the rat tail, and he has a history of violence. He also has a history of coming home drunk and cracking his wife's skull open from time to time. Whether he had planned to that night, I couldn't say, but I'm just glad that the guy ended up in the drunk tank for the night. His wife was unharmed, and the guy who got stabbed apparently didn't die. At least, I assume he didn't, since I still see Duke every now and then walking the streets with his glorious rat tail, which means he didn't get arrested. But in all seriousness, I wish you guys could have seen this rat tail. That thing was impressive. Okay, a little backstory before I tell you one of the crazy experiences of mine that happened during my 2-year security career from 2013 to 2015. I'm a 6'7" male in Australia. I'd like to think I'm a fairly tough and intimidating guy, but some of the shit that used to go on at the mall I used to work the night shift for still gives me goosebumps to this day. So the mall I worked at was a very, very large, probably the largest in my state, I'd say, and all the way up to about 8:30 p.m. it would still be quite busy. Only around 9:30 would we be able to manage to usher all of the stragglers out, and only at about 11 p.m. would all of the business owners have left. My job was basically to patrol the mall and make sure there was no one sticking around after the doors were closed during the night. We didn't have guns or batons, only a can of mace that we very rarely used. There were multiple occasions where we would find would-be thieves hiding around, trying to break into shops after dark, but they were normally far outnumbered by the 4 to 5 of us on shift at the time, and they would usually be intimidated by me or some of the other imposing members of security. This one night, though, shit started getting really weird for me on the night shift. So I'd say it was about 2 o'clock, and I was standing in the middle of the empty food court eating a sandwich. This was the only part of the mall that had any light at nighttime due to the skylight, so it was comfortable to eat there. While I was eating, though, I heard a dull scraping noise from the hallway leading off from the food courts into some toilets. It sounded like a piece of metal dragging across the floor. I was immediately put on edge, and I flicked on my flashlight, without a moment of hesitation. I can remember creeping down the hallway, flashlight in hand, illuminating a good 6 or 7 meters in front of me. As I got closer and closer to the end of the hall, the noise became louder and louder, until I was at the end of the hallway, and there was the toilet doors to the left and right of me. I could tell the sound was coming from the female toilets, though. I gripped the handle and opened the door to a tiny little crack. The noise was now very clear, and had me not scared, but confused. I yelled, "Oi, who's in there?" The noise quickly stopped. I paused a moment, listening hard through the tiny cracks of the door, and I swear to fucking God I could hear breathing. Low, male breathing. I shut the door, still gripping the handle tightly, and flicked on my radio. "This is 1-3. I need help in the food court bathrooms. I think someone's here." No response. This was really strange, and it put me further on edge. Policy was to always answer the radio, and now I was truly becoming quite alarmed. "This is 1-3. Does anyone copy?" Still no response. I can remember whispering to myself, "What the actual fuck?" I again opened the door a tiny crack. "Listen, mate," I said, sounding as intimidating as possible. "If you don't fucking come out with your hands up, you're gonna end up eating your teeth tonight. Do you want that?" I sat there at the door, quite honestly terrified at this point, but there was no response. In fact, now there was no noise at all. I yelled into the bathroom, "Okay, mate, I'm coming in. If you do anything stupid, it's not my fault. You'll never walk again." I tried my hardest to sound scary, but my voice was quivering at this point. This whole situation made no sense at all. Why would someone be in the female bathrooms? What was the metal noise? What the fuck is even happening? I very slowly opened the door and scanned my flashlight slowly across the room. All the cubicles were open, which was weird. But other than that, the bathroom was totally empty. I was totally shitting myself about now. I was definitely losing it. I walked into the center of the bathroom, closing the door behind me. Scared to the core, I let out a faint, "This is some horror movie shit, eh? Come out!" when I heard the long, whining squeak of the door behind me.
Hi, I'm Danny Beyer, lead listings specialist and CEO.
I span around, basically crying at this point, and shone my torch on a fucking massive man. At least a head taller than me, or so it seemed in my state at the time. He was Caucasian, and at least in his 40s, with matte gray hair all over his forehead. He was mid-opening the door, but he stopped dead still in the middle of his action. He just looked at me, smiling this guilty fucking smile like a kid would make when he gets caught stealing biscuits or some shit like that. I'm not going to lie. I was so scared I froze. He lifted his finger to his mouth before swinging the door open all the way and sprinting out with what looked like some type of small metal box in his hand. Turns out he was just behind the toilet when I was opening it, and I totally missed him. I was so fucking close to him, I didn't even fucking notice him. He could have killed me if he had a knife or something, and that thought still haunts me to this day. Later that night, my radio miraculously started working again, and I got right on telling my coworkers about my story. They collectively went pale when I told them what happened. They all had similar stories, but none that were as much of a close shave as mine. I only worked the night shift for another week after that before I quit. I wasn't sticking around a job like that, especially due to the fact that my radio just shit itself. I also never found out whatever happened to that guy.
Back in 2007, I started a tech job with an IP, phone, long-distance company. The company is no longer around, and honestly, I don't even know how they stayed in business as long as they did. It was really just a pyramid scam, but thankfully I was on the IT side of things, so I didn't have to sell anything. It was a small typical tech support call center. The customers would call in, or Verizon Quest would call and say DT1 lines were down, or there were outages. I was the only female on the team, having to prove myself. It didn't take long, and the customers respected me for being able to handle things. After making my mark, I decided to take the 10-hour night shifts. I worked Wednesday through Saturday, from 1 p.m. to 12 a.m., with an hour for lunch at 6 p.m. I was completely alone in the whole building. The rush to get out of the office at 6 p.m. was insane. I couldn't blame them, but I decided having 3 days off was better than 2. Like I said, I was by myself most nights. I would have to keep an eye on emails and make sure I answered all the calls. It was often a very slow shift. I would get a lot of video game, reading, and schoolwork done during this time, but sometimes I would just wander the building, walk all around just to get away from my desk for a time. I would have the phone system connected to my cell phone so no calls would be missed. This allowed me to go get a soda or get food and so on. One time when I was away from my desk, I was going down to the lunch room to grab a soda. The vending machine is on the basement floor. The basement had a wall of windows and one set of security doors, same for the main entrance, only there was one camera facing that door, but nothing else really to make me feel safe. I didn't like to go down to the basement much, because the back of the building faced an acre of dark woods. There was a walking path to the woods, but for some reason they didn't install lights for the walking path. Not really sure why that was, but it didn't help for the creepy factor. Sometimes I would see animals run past, but other times it felt like someone was watching me. I always tried my best to make it fast when I was getting a soda or a snack, but sometimes it didn't feel fast enough. So one night, I was making my way down to the basement of the building to get a soda. It was a slow dragging night, and I needed a little bit of caffeine for a pick-me-up. I counted my money as I walked to make sure I had enough. That way I would get in and get out quick. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw something dart from the glass door back into the darkness. I stopped dead in my tracks and tried to scan the forest, but like I said, it was just total blackness. I felt a bit of unease, and everything told me to turn on my heels and go back to my desk. But it was 9 p.m., and I had a fair bit of time left on my shift before I could blow this pop stand. I tried shaking the feeling off and briskly walked over to the soda machines and made my selection. The soda dropped, and as I bent over to get it, I heard a loud ping noise. It was as if someone had hit the glass with something. I stood straight up, and I felt the hair on my back and neck stand up. I slowly turned around and was completely scared that I would see someone out there. But as I made my full turn, I saw once again nothing but darkness. I thought this was a good time to book it back up to the main floor. I didn't even bother with the elevator. I went up the stairs, and I ran up them. My heart was already racing from having to go down there in the first place. Then the loud bang, now running up 2 flights of stairs. Once I got back to the desk, I sunk down in my chair and tried my best to calm down. It was just a noise. I was in the building with locked doors and locked inner offices. I kept saying over and over again in my head, it was nothing. I was relieved by that. But out of nowhere, I got a feeling that someone was watching me again. I peeked my head over the cubicle wall and looked around my office.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Nothing seemed out of place until I turned towards the front of the building. Outside the first set of doors was a slender, tall, dirty male. He was cupping his hands around his eyes, trying to see past the reflection of the light inside. I dropped back down in my cubicle before he caught sight of me. He didn't look like anyone I had ever seen before in these offices, and it was a little past 9 p.m. There was no good reason why he was checking my office. As I sat in my chair, I heard the door shake. I slowly stood up and watched him pull the handles of the door, but they didn't budge to my relief. But as I watched him, he turns and faces me. His face looked bruised or dirty, I couldn't tell which. Once his eyes locked mine, he started banging the door harder and smacking the glass. I was so scared. It was the middle of the night. I was by myself and in the middle of the office building complex. I grabbed my headset and dialed 911. While getting an operator on the line, the guy was walking back and forth from one side of the glass door to the next. 911, what is your emergency? I need someone to come out here. There's a guy trying to break into my office building. While speaking to her, the guy disappeared from view. I tried to look in all directions, but I didn't see him. I knew that he wouldn't just walk off, not with how hard he was banging. All of a sudden, a good-sized rock came out of nowhere and smashed against the door. I screamed and went under my desk. The operator asked what happened and I explained. She asked me if the glass was broken enough to let him in. I didn't want to stand up and look, but she told me in order to know where he was, I had to crawl from under my desk and peek over my cubicle. So I crawled out from under my desk and peeked over my cubicle wall and saw a huge crack down the first part of the door. I sank back down and told her, "Please have the police hurry." She said they were on their way. I've read tons of stories on this subreddit, and people say that the cops couldn't get there fast enough. They aren't kidding. It felt like time is standing still, and there's nothing you can do. Another smash against the door, but along with the glass breaking sounds, I could hear sirens coming towards my building. It was music to my ears. I told the operator that the police had arrived and thanked her for her support. I stood back up and looked over the cubicle wall, and all I could see was blue and red lights flashing wildly. But the thing is, I couldn't see where the man was. The top part of the door was completely smashed, and the rock was lying inside the entryway. One officer came to the front door, and the others were combing the area. The first officer that came into the building was a very kind man. He was patient with me and let me explain what I saw and what happened. Soon later, my boss arrived and checked up on me and the damage. At some point, my husband was called and was told that I would be escorted home by one of the officers. I took the next few days off and started looking for another job where I wasn't by myself all night. I went on to leave this job a month later and started at a credit card machine company. It was an office full of people, still a call center, but I felt safer, especially with the security cameras all over the building. Like I said before, this company is no longer around. It was bought by another company, and they basically liquidated all the funds. So dirty man who tried to break into my office, let's never meet again.
Holy smokes. Well, I hit the 4-hour mark, 17 minutes, and that will be it. And make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, talk to me about games, videos to watch, whatever, interactive. But make sure y'all like and subscribe. I'm trying to get my subs up, so I'm working on that. I will see y'all later on. in the evening, so get it an early one, just like I had a late one. So see y'all back, and like and sub, and as always, swag out.